I would like to call this executive committee meeting back to order and carrying on from Monday. Would like to do a roll call of council colleagues. I'm here, Councillor Paquette is here, Councillor Cartmel is here, Councillor Tang is here, Councillor Principe is here as well. Let's see if we have any other council colleagues. Councillor Stevenson just walking in to the chamber hall, and Councillor Wright, you're there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning. That is it for now. And we have 4 items remaining. So we're going to go to item 7.15, Edmonton Financial Sustainability Framework. This was selected by Councillor Paquette.
Good morning. We're here with a financial sustainability framework in response to a motion that was passed by City Council to tackle one of our most important challenges, strengthening Edmonton's long-term financial sustainability. Next slide, please. This motion asked for a framework that would solidify the city's financial future. A lasting framework ensures that the city remains financially sustainable both now and in the future. The financial sustainability framework before you today is designed to focus first on solidifying Edmonton's financial sustainability in order to provide a stable foundation for future financial independence and ultimately leave a legacy for future generations. To achieve this motion gave a clear mandate to explore a number of key areas: new revenue strategies, so looking beyond traditional sources of income, optimizing municipal assets, ensuring the city gets the most out of what we already own, stimulating economic growth by making Edmonton a competitive destination for business, enhancing our capacity to leverage grants by maximizing the support received from other levels of government. The motion also specifically tasked us with ensuring the framework aligns with the city's existing strategies, identifies new opportunities, and ultimately strengthens our long-term financial resilience. Today, we're here to present the framework we've developed in response. Next slide, please. Administration has developed a financial sustainability framework that will provide a structured approach and will enable the achievement of goals and objectives set out in the city's strategic planning framework within the constraints of the city's revenue-raising capacity. So Connect Edmonton is Edmonton's strategic plan, and it sets the direction for the future and outlines where we need to change today to realize the vision for Edmonton in 2050. It's about community direction, aspiration, and inspiration, and it's the highest level plan, and it's all about making transformational change. The city plan is about spaces and places and how we move around the city. It's the community. It's about the community and what we need to do together to adapt and succeed. The city plan describes the choices we'll make to become a healthy, urban, climate-resilient city for 2 million people that supports a prosperous region. The corporate business plan maps out how the city will deliver programs, services, capital projects to Edmontonians over the next 4 years. It takes long-term goals along with council's budget decision and breaks them down into actions. Budget and finances. The budget maps how our tax dollars and other funding will be invested to provide the programs, services, and infrastructure projects that matter to Edmontonians. Enterprise performance management helps us foster a results-based approach to managing our performance and achieving the results Edmontonians care about. And enterprise risk management identifies and anticipates risks to the city in order to support effective decision-making, strengthen resilience, and create opportunities to innovate in a way we deliver services to Edmontonians. A financial sustainability framework will guide the budget and financial aspects of the city's strategic planning, connecting long-term financial planning to the vision articulated through Connect Edmonton and the city plan. Next slide, please. So this framework, and this slide is a replication of what you see in attachment 1, is about building a stable and lasting financial foundation for Edmonton. The primary goal here is to solidify our financial position today to provide that financial independence and a legacy for future generations. The work we've done so far on the foundational principles and foundational elements within the financial sustainability framework will directly inform our next step, which will be to create a financial sustainability plan. This plan will be developed by administration for council approval, and we'll be working on this plan in conjunction with a 4-year capital and operating budgets and alongside the fiscal gaps work plan. The upcoming slides dive a little bit deeper into each part of the framework that you see here. Next slide, please. I want to talk first about what a financial sustainable municipality is. The outcome statement included in the report is rooted in a working definition of a financially sustainable municipality. Essentially, this means a municipality with the financial capacity to meet current and future obligations without resorting to unplanned or unjustified measures that could negatively impact our residents or compromise our long-term financial sustainability. The outcome statement is built on 4 core elements, which are designed to ensure that we manage resources responsibly and transparently. Planned and transparent financial increases. A financial sustainable municipality provides for planned and transparent increases in taxes, utility rates, and user fees, ensuring that any necessary increases are fully justified and clearly communicated to residents and taxpayers and ratepayers. This approach builds public trust by eliminating surprises. Stable and reliable service levels. A financially sustainable municipality maintains stable and reliable programs and services. There's a continued evaluation of appropriateness of our services and a focus on maintaining programs a community relies on, ensuring consistency and stability for residents. Justified infrastructure investment. A financially sustainable municipality makes justified investments in infrastructure. This involves a commitment to appropriately funding the construction, expansion, and rehabilitation of municipal assets, using leading practice asset management to guide decisions, ensuring every dollar is spent effectively to improve and maintain the city's infrastructure, and protecting future financial health. A financially sustainable municipality protects its capacity to provide for future generations. Decisions today are made with a long-term view, ensuring that collective financial choices do not weaken the city's financial capacity in the future. We act as responsible stewards of the city's finances, preserving our shared legacy for years to come. Next slide, please. Building on the financial sustainability outcome statement, the foundational principles are core to achieving that outcome. The framework is built on 5 foundational principles that will help guide every financial decision made. First is transparency. This principle is about openness, and it means that all financial decisions and reports are clear, accessible, and easy for everyone to understand. We want residents to have a complete and clear picture of how public funds are managed and where they're being allocated. This is about building trust by showing exactly where the money is going. Next is public affordability. This is a central consideration on all city activities. It ensures that services we provide and tax burdens on the community are both reasonable and sustainable. We're always looking for ways to manage costs so that we can keep the city running efficiently without putting undue burden on residents and local businesses. The third principle is value for money. This is about getting maximum public benefit from every dollar spent. It's not just about being frugal, but it's about being smart and strategic. We're committed to efficient resource allocation. Every expenditure must deliver real, tangible benefit to the community. Fourth is strategic alignment. This principle ensures that all departments and business areas are working together toward the same goals. It's about making sure that every action, every project, and every budget request fits in the corporation's financial strategies and their constraints. This cohesive approach is critical for having a long-term vision within the financial capacity of the city. And finally, we have intergenerational equity. It means that we're making financial decisions with future generations in mind. This ensures that the resources we have and use and the costs of the city are distributed fairly across time. We're committed to managing these finances in a way that create fairness, ensuring that future residents inherit a financially healthy city that can continue to thrive. So in summary, these 5 principles are a core piece of the financial framework. They're the how we deliver on the outcome statement, ensuring we manage the city's finances responsibly and effectively. Next slide, please. The framework is also grounded in 5 foundational elements that are necessary to achieve financial sustainability. These are the practical pillars of the framework, and they're critical to success. The first one is being judicious stewards of all city assets. This first element is about being responsible and accountable manager for everything that the city owns. This includes physical infrastructure like roads and bridges, technology, and our financial assets and investments. We're always balancing the need for new infrastructure with the need to maintain and renew what we already have. We're leveraging data and modern technology to improve services and reduce future costs. And with financial investments, we're working to get the best possible returns at a prudent level of risk, with some funds like the EdTel Investment Fund serving as a financial legacy for the future. The second pillar is responsible and prudently managing financial resources. The second element is about responsibly managing city finances by maintaining a structurally balanced budget. What does this mean? It means that the day-to-day revenues must always be enough to cover the expenses. It means we have enough liquid assets on hand to meet the ongoing needs and that we maintain adequate financial reserves. Those are things like the city's savings account the city's financial stabilization reserve to prepare for unexpected risks. And when we use debt, we use it strategically, like a well-planned mortgage, and we always use it within the legislative and policy guidelines. The third element is making sure we have the necessary financial capacity to meet objectives. We ensure that we have the necessary financial capacity to meet it means that we have enough, let me start that again. I'm jumping around here. The third one ensures that we have the necessary financial capacity to meet city objectives. This is the city's ability to generate sufficient revenue to serve residents and meet their needs. We achieve this by maintaining a balanced tax base between residential and non-residential properties and by using a diverse mix of revenue sources, which reduces the vulnerability to overexposure from any one single source. It also involves the use of user fees and smart tax policies to help us achieve those strategic goals. The fourth element ensures that we make decisions today that do not compromise the future. This is about foresight. When we plan new services or projects, we apply a principle called full costing, which means we account for the ongoing financial implications, not just the initial cost. This helps us avoid creating what's known as infrastructure debt for future generations. We also ensure that financial analytics are used to evaluate the city services, understand the growth demands, and ensure that decisions are sustainable both financially and environmentally. And the last one is aligning the day-to-day business with long-term strategic goals. This connects everything we do to the big picture vision. We prioritize services and projects to ensure that we can achieve the highest number of strategic objectives with the city's financial resources. It means that we fully fund the core services across the city first before we start to allocate resources for service enhancements. It's a disciplined approach that ensures that multi-year business and budget plans are cohesive and focused on achieving a shared vision. Next slide, please. So now that we've reviewed the core elements of the financial sustainability framework, we want to ensure that this framework is more than just a document, but it's a blueprint for ensuring the long-term health and resilience of the city's finances. This culmination of principles and elements are designed to ensure that Edmonton remains financially strong and independent municipality for generations to come. So what's next? The creation of this framework is the foundational first step. The next step is to turn it into a tangible plan. Administration will complete a financial sustainability plan and present it to council for approval. This plan will be developed in lockstep with our 4-year capital and operating budgets, ensuring the strategic financial goals are directly integrated into our day-to-day spending and investment decisions. While this framework itself doesn't have immediate financial implications, its value is in informing all financial and future budget decisions. Think of it as the city's financial compass. It will guide us in prioritizing services, making smart investments, and ensuring that every dollar we spend is aligned with the long-term vision. This framework solidifies our commitment to leaving a legacy of financial sustainability and prosperity for all Edmontonians, both now and in the future. And we're happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that has gone into this. We'll go to questions from committee members now. Councillor Paquette, you selected this, right? So you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this excellent report and presentation. Very much appreciated. So something that has been on my mind, and I think I'm starting to get clarity through this report, is that for my entire time on council, the primary focus has been on budget and taxes, which of course is incredibly important. But it seems that in that pursuit, there wasn't really a larger conversation, exactly as we've had today, about how we actually tackle a budget, how we actually tackle taxes, besides just looking at line items. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think like what you're describing is challenges that many organizations have in terms of budgeting is the focus quickly becomes on what are the things that folks want today, and we lose sight of the broader approach to what are we trying to achieve through a vision, and what is our resource allocation necessary to get us to that vision. And I think when you add in things like a global pandemic where we had to become reactionary, it drew us a little bit away from those things, and this can help get us back to what is the long-term vision we're trying to achieve.
Right, and one concern that maybe people might have when looking at this, they might say like, well, are you as a municipality trying to turn a profit here? But legally we can't be a for-profit corporation, is that right?
Yeah, it's certainly not a goal of a municipality to be for profit. And if we were generating more income to earn a return, I think folks would question whether that is the right use of taxes. But this is about who should pay for what and how should we pay for it and how should we structure our finances in a way that offer transparency and fairness.
And if we structured our dividends, our organization such a way that there were surpluses, which some would call profits, in a municipal context, those surpluses must be distributed back to the people unless it's a financial instrument like an endowment, which helps us to create stability. Do I have that right?
Yes, I think at its core you have that right, which is why, in years we run a surplus that goes to the financial stabilization reserve. That's why we have policies and foundational elements of guiding documents to help us know what to do with those surpluses, because we're not in the business of raising money to just for the sake of earning money. It's all about serving a community.
So in essence, if we get a little bit more focused and maybe even aggressive on creating surpluses, that is what can help reduce tax rates. It can increase services. There's a number of things we can do with that, where those surpluses, or in a corporate term profit, don't remain with the actual driving organization like administration, for example, but it gets put back into the people.
Yes, and where you create surplus, that's where we build financial capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I guess what I'm hoping for through this is that we move away from let me put this in the form of a question. Is there a danger that if we continue to reduce the budget to the point where we cannot provide the same level of services, that we find ourselves in deeper trouble. And obviously, since raising taxes is not something that's palatable to anyone, apparently, one of the ways that we can actually do this in a very real way, consistently and long term, is to find ways to generate those surpluses so that services can remain strong and taxes can be stabilized.
Yeah, I think I would agree with the elements of what you're saying there. Like, we need to find a budget has two sides. It has revenue and expenses, and the solution to everything can't necessarily just be cutting expenses. It has to be about generating financial capacity. But it's holistic, and we have to look at generating that financial capacity through other revenue sources, and we have to look at the expenses we incur to determine if those are the things that are going to help us get the city that you're trying to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I just want to follow up on the potential for revenue generation. We have large number of properties that are exempted from taxes. I'm not saying that we pursue religious organizations because that becomes controversial often. But is there an opportunity? Because the last time I looked at the report, that I think the memo you sent us, we lose close to $300 million on annual property taxes because of those exempted properties, even excluding the city-owned properties. So is there an opportunity for some conversation with the provincial government to look at and review those? Are they still relevant? Are they still serving the purpose of those exemptions, right?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity to have that discussion with the province, but we would have to have those discussions through tables around what is the exempting legislation look like. But we're open to have those conversations, and we'll work through elements of that with the fiscal gaps work plan.
Because also, like, as part of the report, the previous report on fiscal gap, that was identified as a challenge because Edmonton probably is disproportionately impacted by those exemptions because of the high concentration of those exempted properties in the city.
Yes, there's no doubt the city has a very large exempt assessment amount.
Right.
And that's things like hospitals, schools, federal and provincial buildings, anything exempted under COPTER, and religious institutions, social housing.
Yeah.
Those are all things that that we struggle with in a broader fiscal framework because we provide services to all of those organizations in civic services, but we don't have an ability to collect from them other than through GPOD.
Yeah, like GPOT is just specifically focused on provincial properties, right? No, for example, some for-profit advocacy groups. I'll use the example of Chamber of Commerce. Like, Chamber of Commerce is exempted from property taxes. I don't know if that's still relevant today. There are organizations that represent businesses and act as a lobby group still be exempted under the provincial regulation. So that's kind of thinking. I'm thinking maybe there might be other properties too, right, that should pay their fair share of taxes that other businesses don't have to subsidize. That's what I'm looking at, and up. So where would that opportunity?
So I think that
exist?
opportunity comes with some of our work on the fiscal framework.
Okay.
But I think that actually has to come through advocacy.
Okay.
Like,
Advocacy.
there won't be, like, as administration, we won't be able to make those decisions. They are, we're following legislation, so there has to be an advocacy piece for changes in legislation for us to be able to move the dial on things like what you're describing.
Right. And I understand our downtown is impacted as well because large number of those exempted properties are in downtown. So that impacts the CRL too because those properties actually don't pay taxes. They don't contribute to CRL.
Yeah, I have numbers by type of property. I don't happen to have in front of me,
You know,
the distribution
with
of those. Yeah.
distribution. Okay, got it. Is that available though, like the list of all properties that are exempted? I know we have category of properties, right? But does there exist, the list exist that which properties are exempted?
Well, there would be a list. I think
Okay.
like what I've distributed to council before is by category
Category,
because the list would be,
Pretty long,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah.
I'll come back because I have two questions on the SP Global rating. Okay. Constantine, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate this report and all the work that's gone into it. I like the principles. I think they're sound. I think, can you walk me through a little bit about like actioning or like what's the next step? We have lots of different budget-related things coming forward, presentations, four-year budget, budget adjustment, fiscal gap. Should this be approved today, let's say, how are you going to, I guess, execute and carry this forward? Can you just walk me through that?
yeah, so we'd like to create, expand this into a financial sustainability plan.
Right.
And I would describe that as being like the rules and the principles and the way that we operate when we make financial decisions. And so we want to create that into a wider plan so that when we show up for conversations around budget, we have a clear plan that guides those financial decisions so we can point to, for instance, the reason why it might be
Not recommended or something?
yeah, why we might not recommend something, or why investing in renewal is important, making sure that we have
Right.
all of those elements in a cohesive financial plan that help make sure that the decisions that we're making
Yeah.
is aligned to that plan, and that plan's goal is across the strategic framework to deliver the vision for the city that you have.
So you have the financial sustainability plan. Let's say come SOBA, council members want to put down a service package or a capital profile for something. You would then provide the analysis to say, because I think in the past, like, I guess I'm just wondering how is it going to be different from what we have been doing? Can you just like walk me through that?
Yeah, I think it would hopefully strengthen what we've been doing, but I think like each time we come with information and budgets, we create criteria based on the priorities that are articulated through things like Connect Edmonton and the
Yep.
city plan. We try to match that with the priorities or the individual things that you as counselors are also trying to achieve. So we build on that criteria, and then, but you're free to make decisions that you think are necessary
Right.
to enhance the community that we all live in.
Yeah.
And so we just want to make sure that the framework exists to make that decision-making a cohesive thing. And I think, like, if I think about what'll happen, we'll have an election, a council. We want to be able to establish that foundation and always have that foundation from which we work from.
Yeah, I guess in just recalling past processes, I think you have done a pretty good job in terms of providing analysis and why this service package or not ended up in the final, budget, right? And so now you're just saying you'll still continue to do that, but you just have a stronger backing to why.
Yeah, and I think like we provide that analysis, but without that financial plan, I think it creates, it's not as necessarily as transparent as it could be if I could tie it back
Okay.
to this framework of rules and decision-making.
That's very clear. Thank you. One of the pieces you talked about is transparency. So And I see the city doing a lot of public communication about see your dollars at work, learn about this, so here's a website, et cetera, et cetera. Some of the countries, for example, with very high property tax, this is based on conversations that I've had in the community, they publish a booklet each year that literally points down to the school, the road that your property tax went to, so that people know exactly and they can point to exactly kind of those dollars went to. I guess I'm just curious about, what are some of the ways that you think we can move towards better transparency, kind of at that level?
Like at the level of where does your money go?
Yeah, because I think we have the big pie chart, right? And we
Yeah.
have we can talk about personnel, we can talk about equipment, we can, but sometimes I think it's hard for people to connect with the specifics, the things that they can see and feel in the community.
Yeah. I mean, we have been trying to do some of that. So when you see those signs, your budget at work, we're trying to place those in places where people make a connection that this is a facility or a building that is paid for with your municipal government.
I'll come back just for you to finish
Thank
that thought.
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, well, I think that sort of leads into a question that I have, and we are mainly looking at I want to say intangible resources, but financial resources versus real property or land in this.
No, I think that first element, foundational element, is about all of our assets. And that includes capital, that includes land, that includes technology, and that includes financial assets.
Okay, so then I think then maybe I think why I made that assumption is just under the key activities. It talks about growth planning, capital investment outlook, capital budget, investment governance, but it would also be like our land management policies, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I was trying to fit it on one
yeah.
page. So I was sort of pointing to the key elements, but absolutely something like land governance would be a key element and a key policy that we would see nest within a framework like this.
Perfect. And it's very reasonable to try to fit it all on one page, and it is a great reference point. A question or a thought that comes out of this work for me, which again I think is really excellent, and think it's a great foundation. The principle around transparency, I think that's a really critical one, and I feel like it also comes with some really important questions around education, awareness raising. I've even been thinking, sort of the pie graph we do of where your dollars go. We don't actually include education tax in that as well. I'm trying to think about how we could frame the information that we develop to more closely align with how Edmontonians perceive the taxation system. So again, what I hear from Edmontonians, they look at the bottom line on the tax bill. They don't distinguish that separating out. So how can we respond to that by, again, in our visuals showing that, about a third of your tax bill is actually going as remittance to the province? Do you have some thoughts around that in terms of how we, I don't want to say sort of improve the financial literacy of Edmontonians, because I don't think it's their problem, but how we better communicate to them about the realities?
Yeah, I don't have any specific action on that just yet, but I can tell you, as part of, because we talked about this around the time that the tax notices went out, that is something that we're taking away and looking at what is the best way to communicate about taxes that ensures that we communicate all the services that the city delivers, but also that piece of the tax bill that we issue but isn't actually our responsibility. So we're trying to work through that.
Yeah, and I think it could just be as simple as, again, including that in our full pie as what we collect and then where that goes. I think another question, and we're not going to resolve this today, and you and I can just butt heads on it, but some of the conversations we've had around, when we defer taxes or give land, the tension of, asking for a funding source for those things, asking for the funding source for the taxes that we have not yet collected, but are not going to collect. And I appreciate that often the rationale is that we want to be clear. We want to make sure that there's not hidden subsidies for different groups or projects in our budgets. I think there is also this question of how Edmontonians understand that. Like, I think that there's more intuitive understanding of not collecting property taxes, and that I think Edmontonians think of that as not having a cost, and then are confused why we then have to fund that.
Is your question around communication or whether we should,
Change our practices.
I guess like I would struggle with how we would change the practice. And it's something that I can give some thought to, but one of the things that we, when we offer, like if you're talking about like a program where, a grant program where we would fund or essentially, I don't want to use the word forgive because I'm sure my tax folks are going to tell me it's not the right word, but where you get a grant for half of the taxes that you generate. I think for us that is a way that we balance risk, because you are making an investment in the form of agreeing not to collect something in the future. And if we don't mitigate that risk, there can be an issue where we end up if that doesn't work the way that we intended to, that we create a financial issue in a later year. So I would, we're trying to make these principles work together. So we want to be transparent. We want to make sure that we're doing those things, but we also want to make sure that we're setting policies in place that don't jeopardize or create issues in the future for
Thank you.
something done today.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you. Yeah, so to follow up on some of the earlier questions, I do worry a little bit about the idea of, and I understand the impetus and the drive and the question about how smaller municipalities might break down a road. In fact, I think that's probably a great idea in order to demonstrate to people what the cost of something is. But if we try to do that on an organization the size of Edmonton, how much time would we be spending on that versus the potential reward for that effort?
I don't know the answer to that,
Yeah.
but I do take the point that, I think one of the things that we're always trying to do is connect the property tax bill with the things that you see when you walk outside your door every day. And so I do think that we can continue to improve on connecting those things for Edmontonians.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, like, I really like the idea as like sort of like if we have parcels of examples that I think that people could wrap their heads around. Otherwise, they've got hundreds of thousands of costs to pour through, and that could easily be misunderstood or misrepresented. Okay, so there is a risk in this, though, and maybe you can touch on this, and I think you're going to understand the question, be able to answer it. But politics is always a risk in efforts like this. So we could start setting something up, and then someone will come in and want to suddenly get an influx of cash, sell the farm, so to speak, to get some immediate dollars that then hampers us in the future, and that kind of can derail parts of these efforts. So how would you speak to that risk?
So I think it's a risk with, I think, any organization that, whether it experiences a change in leadership or whether it experiences a change in governors like we do through elections. I think our goal with this is to set something that's foundational that always draws people back to what were you trying to achieve, what is the right way to achieve it, in what rules and principles and framework. I don't think we're ever going to be able to stop the politics, but what we want to do is if there is a decision that comes where we would like to, for example, divest of an asset to get something now, that we would do that with a full analysis so that we understood what does it mean to get something now to future generations, and is that aligned with the framework that we've established here?
Right, and so that conversation around immediate expediency or benefit versus the long-term benefit that we can accrue, and how do you balance that in the most responsible way from a governorship perspective rather than a political benefit? Is that sort of what you're talking about?
Yeah, and it is why this is focused on being a long-term financial sustainability plan.
Yeah, like as you go forward and you develop more detail and get more granular and bring back strategies and things like that, that's when the rubber really hits the road, and then future council will have to say, okay, this makes sense, or say, yeah, but I just want my marshmallow right now. Is that sort of, am I understanding this correctly? Maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
if
like
knows
it's
the marshmallow test.
we want a framework to make those decisions with in a principled way.
Yeah, okay. And then, so the other thing that, this conversation is sort of made me think about is the general public tends to have the conversation around city budgets as framed by media and politicians. And if we want to have better conversations about budgets, could this be a mechanism to allow us to start doing that?
Yeah, I think so. I think this can help us have conversations with community as part of our budget engagement, for sure.
Yeah, because I think our current conversation is actually a deep disservice to the public, and gets them to focus on things that, well, actually, I'm editorializing. I'll just stop.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Let's keep talking about transparency for the average person. I think it's great to have a financial plan that we can, to really lean on. That's public, and I think a lot of our budget processes have also been out in public as well. I guess I'm just wondering how it's gonna translate into like the concrete, tangible stuff that people can see and feel, and know that yes, we're paying taxes. This is what taxes get us. So I would just love to hear more about that. I think it's more than just communicating. Yeah.
More about what our plan is to have those conversations. Maybe I'm just a little bit unclear on the.
I think we're communicating with the billboards. We're communicating with websites. I don't know if it's really hitting home with some folks. People want to know, like in my neighborhood, how has those taxes translate into what's impacting me on a day-to-day basis. And I think I will say, as council members, I think we all do our part as well in explaining that. But I know of examples from other cities where, I think the recent one that was given to me was like in Norway. They publish like a booklet every year that kind of tracks down to the postal code about how each dollar goes to. So I guess I'm just curious about what have we learned from some of those examples.
Yeah, so we publish a financial report to citizens or to residents. It wouldn't be, and so it's about, I think, like 18 pages. We put it on the website, it goes into some of the libraries. But again, it wouldn't go down to the postal code. But it's an interesting question, and I would say, I'm not sure when we think about how do we communicate with Edmontonians that we're always thinking about it at the neighborhood level. Mm-hmm. We're thinking more of how does the service show up in the neighborhood level. Mm-hmm. But I think what you're illustrating is show them in their neighborhood where their taxes are going.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is what sometimes I struggle with, is that we talk about investment in the city as a whole. At the end of the day, people kind of want to know how the road in front of my house has been improved, or the service, the transit service. And I think when we talk about citywide, it just becomes very like intangible. So that's just something that like I grapple with, and I would love to see us like that report in that we have at the library. I don't actually think I knew that, to direct people to, we publish budget documents that are thousands of pages that really have quite a lot of details, sometimes very specific to different parts of the city and different neighborhoods, but no one's gonna read that, right? And so, yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from about, showing the value, but in more accessible, tangible ways.
Yeah, we can take it away and think about, is there something that we can do that is more, that brings that transparency at the community level?
Yeah, I mean, all our meetings are public, but I still sense that there's a feeling or perception that, our meetings are not always as transparent as they can be. Do you know what I mean? Because I think we're doing all that we can. But, what are some of the rooms for improvement? I was also wondering if you can kind of, so when I think about like principles and foundations, and those are great. When I think about, let's say capital planning, and there's always emergent factors that come up, how can you walk me through how will we apply what's proposed here to the financial plan to, say, capital planning and contingency planning?
Okay. So again, so our financial plan would be kind of the rules in which we operate. I think it doesn't, a financial plan like this doesn't mean that we don't still have debate about the things that are necessary to do. You are always going to encounter things like emerging issues. And what we're trying to do through the plan is develop practices that help us deal with those emerging issues. So if it's an emerging issue on the operating side, this is one of the things that's foundational about a financial stabilization reserve funded at the right level. If we can have practices that do that, it makes it easier for us to deal with those emerging needs. But this doesn't mean that we don't, each time we do the budget, set the criteria that is rooted in what do we need to do for the next 4 years? What is the criteria going to be on what makes it into the budget? And that's all still part of the planning aspect
That's
that
helpful.
we do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll go next. Can you speak to the S&P Global rating change from AA to AA plus? And it's gonna, like, what drives that change?
So there's a number of things that the ratings agencies look at when they look at municipalities, but I might just need to pull up the report just to cover it off. But for the most part, that ratings increase is a reflection of the fact that we've been able to manage our budget appropriately, including our capital budget, in a way that aligns with the forecast that was expected. So we plan our budgets, we deliver against them. The S&P Global rating looks at operating, but it also looks at capital and the debt that we take on to achieve the capital plan.
Is this different from, I remember last year, we were able to retain our rating at AA because of some of the budgetary decisions around property taxes that we made in order to build the foundation of the city. And I think that was acknowledged as part of the rating. Is this different from that, or this is the continuation of that rating?
It's so every year the rating is reevaluated,
Okay.
and it'll either be upgraded, downgraded, or held steady.
Okay, so we have been upgraded. How do we compare to other cities? I'm pretty sure this organization rates other cities too, right? Does this S&P Global rates other cities as well?
Yeah, some cities use different ratings agencies, but yeah, S&P rates a number of the cities. Going off of memory here, sorry, like I think we're aligned with Calgary. You will often see other cities that are rated slightly, some rated slightly higher, some slightly lower. It'll often depend on, for example, some cities might be AAA rated, but they might also have a regional transit that doesn't deliver transit. So,
Yeah, okay,
but
I
the
see.
methodology is consistent across municipalities.
Okay, good. So, but going from AA to AA plus is indication in the right direction of our financial health of the city?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay. All right. Uh, okay, those the questions I had. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on that thread a little bit more. I'm thinking of an example with how we use our land assets. So we, have a policy right now where we provide land at a nominal cost to affordable housing providers. To the best of my knowledge, we don't fund that in any way. We don't have to tax to cover the cost of the value of that land. Correct?
Correct, because we own it.
Because you own
So you are funding it with the equity in the land that you own.
Great. I think there are other times, and I don't want to preempt a conversation for next week, but where we do have land assets that have a value, and we do ask that people either that pay us for that value, or that we then, if we want to give it to them for free, we need to find a funding source for that. And I think that, like, again, and not kind of leaving aside the ins and outs, I think just from a transparency perspective, that's something that's hard for Edmontonians to follow. I find it hard to follow.
I'm trying to think of an example.
I mean, I could use an example about a laneway that we're closing that's then titled property. And the standard process is that would be sold.
Okay, so I see where you're going. I think this will be an important element of a financial plan, because I think what we're trying to establish is that whether your asset is $1 or whether your asset has value in the form of land, there should be rules around how that is given away. And so I think what we're trying to instill is that just because there isn't a cash exchange doesn't mean that there isn't a value exchange, and we want to be transparent about value exchanges.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I can see that that's important because there's value to that land. We as a city, it would be, hypothetically in line with our values to provide that value for free to a nonprofit, but it would not necessarily be in line with our values and principles to give that land, that value for free to a private interest, for example. Okay, and then just that question again of, and I'll use the wrong term, but of tax deferral, and deferral is the wrong word, but saying a tax holiday. So for 10 years, your property taxes are frozen. We will not collect beyond this threshold. And again, I think our typical practice is that we then need to fund that anticipated uplift and provide it back in the form of grants, rather than just not collecting it.
I got to take that one away, because I don't think that is, I don't think that that's always the case. And I'm thinking of something like, let me take that away.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, some examples I could point to would be the, and Kim would know the name, but the economic incentive program for residential development in the downtown, so the switch. There are a number of projects in 2021 that were funded, but I think that there was like a $22 million grant program that
Okay,
was
I know.
funded.
So I think the difference is the mechanism and how you, like what you're actually doing here. So you're providing city money to incent development. The mechanism in which you're doing that is providing a grant to offset the tax lift.
But it's a grant for dollars that would not have existed if the development didn't happen.
Right, but it is a grant that way to make sure that you only get it if you achieve the uplift. And so, and because we're not actually, in those situations, we're not actually forgiving the taxes. What we're saying is, we'll give you money, you use it in this manner that we've described in our grant program. We'll pay it to you in a grant equivalent to half of the lift that you generated, but it is tied to actually generating the lift.
But I think what's challenging is that we are charging other Edmontonians through our taxes. I'll come back.
Okay, Councillor Briquette?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very particular conversation on that, but I think the general concept is a plot of land that's undeveloped returns a certain amount of property taxes to the city, to residents, but a developed plot of land returns more, and if it's a tower, substantially more. And so that, you can call it an investment. That investment in getting that plot developed means that residents ultimately benefit, is the concept.
Correct, and many different mechanisms and ways to do it, but when
Lots
you
of
do
different
it, you
ways.
should understand effectively the business case for providing those things.
Yeah, and, you are not going to need a motion to continue this work. This is ongoing, yes?
Correct, this is
Yeah,
ongoing.
Okay, so, Mr. Mayor, I'll put the recommendation on the floor that
Thank you.
Executive Committee recommend to City Council that the Edmonton Financial Sustainability Framework is outlined in Attachment 1 of the September 10th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02994, be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so to follow on that line, very simply, I've mentioned this before, but I think it bears mentioning in this official setting that we really do need greenfield, industrial, and downtown development, and we need it in a big way if we want to increase the revenue that the city receives in order to stabilize taxes.
That's a fair statement.
Yeah. And so will this framework help us to get there a little bit more rapidly so that we become more regionally competitive in that regard?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And to that point, I mean, the mayor had already moved a motion and we're already operating on that industrial plan, yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. So it's not like all of this is suddenly new. This is building upon things that already exist, but now we're bringing them together under this lens in order to accelerate how the city can grow in financially beneficial ways to the people. I just want to make that crystal clear.
Yeah, I think this provides that lens that we look at, and because I think you're actually going to have, there's a need to grow and expand our revenue sources, but you're also going to have things that compete with that, and we need a framework to have those conversations.
Yes, because for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. And so one thing that we do as an evolving city, now that we're moving from a big small town to a small huge city, is looking at the way that we view our economics and our decisions, so that if council makes decision A, we can trace the line to say, well, this is the impact of decision A, this is B. So, for example, let's say we wanted to build a brand new freeway through the heart of the city. We don't, but let's say we did. There's the costs involved, sure. But then there's the ongoing costs that council should be made aware of, and then there's the economic costs and benefits that maybe aren't always fully discussed, especially those ongoing ones. So this would provide that as
Yeah,
well.
that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. Good. You know, for example, and to Councillor Tank's point about breaking things up, you know, I saw a report that snow clearing for roads and multi-use paths and bus stops and all the things that people use when they're not in a vehicle in snow events is about equal. Like, so it costs as much to do the non-car snow clearing as the car snow clearing. But that's only in those moments. And I think what was lost in those reports was the fact that outside of snow events, it's 10 times cheaper to maintain those non-vehicle pathways than the vehicle pathways. And so those conversations can be more robust, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the questions. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, really appreciate the work, and I'm digging into a very specific piece, but I think there is a great opportunity as this work proceeds to really maintain that lens in terms of publicly sort of demystifying some of our financial processes, our budget decisions, and really, really looking at it, looking from the outside in, from residents' perspectives. I think Edmontonians have a real desire to learn more. I think, again, there's lots of misinformation that can be put out there, and we have a great opportunity to engage them and also empower them to more fully understand how our systems and budgets work for them. So thanks again for this work. Really excited for it. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette, do you want to close?
Sure. So, again, thank you for the excellent work. I think the heart of this framework will be discipline. And discipline doesn't mean austerity. Austerity hands problems to the future. Discipline means solving them now and for the future. And building a city that is stable without leaning harder on the taxpayer. Because no amount of fidgeting with expenses will deliver the Edmonton that people deserve. You can only cut so much before you cut into bone, before you kneecap your own organization. The way we return value to residents and to businesses is by generating surpluses without raising taxes. That's how we stabilize the mill rate, it's how we protect services, and even expand them over time. It's how we turn public assets into public dividends. But stability on its own isn't enough. People need a vision and a path forward. They need to see that this framework doesn't just carry us through the next budget, through the next 4 years, but through the next 40 years. And that those next 4 years lay the foundation for a much more resilient city to come. That Edmonton isn't just keeping up, but building towards something bigger. A city that works today, attracts investment now and for tomorrow, and leaves the next generation stronger than the last. In the fallout of COVID, in the fallout of inflation and economic uncertainty and provincial cuts and scrambling to try to get the budget under control, a lot has been missed. But the thing that I think we need to come back to is building a city so that the youth who are growing up today have a place to live and a place to thrive and a place that they want to call home. That's why it matters that we keep the budget structurally balanced, that we build reserves, that we diversify our revenues and optimize our assets. Because you can do a lot with love and effort and energy, but you can do even more if you've got the finances. That's why transparency is a pillar, so people can see the trade-offs clearly. And that's why nimbleness is essential, because we know politics and economics change, and we need to be able to bend without breaking. It's why we must treat transformational projects as central, not optional. Projects that lead to cultural and economic rebirth. Greenfield, downtown, industrial growth, all those expand our base, our assessment base. These are the engines that drive our municipal resilience, not the small extras that we can carve out at the margins, although those are important too. The risk here isn't the math, the risk is politics. Reducing this to slogans instead of strategy. Dumbing down the conversation is an affront to a very smart population. And that's why we need public understanding, real buy-in, adult conversations with adults about what things cost, what they return, and what choices we're making together. If we hold to this framework, Edmonton becomes a city that doesn't just balance books, but generates value. Value for residents, value for our business partners, and value for the next generation. Frankly, value for this province. A city that protects services, stabilizes taxes, and builds the capacity to grow. That's what our residents deserve, and that's what this framework is setting us on the path to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are going to go to next item, 716, 2025 Pilot Branch Budget Presentation, Development Services.
All right, out of the frying pan.
Yeah, okay, so this presentation is the last of 3 pilot presentations that we're gonna deliver to Executive Committee in 2025. And this is part of enhancing the transparency to improve council's decision-making. We had committed to delivering detailed branch presentations and supplemental information packages in early 2026. That would provide some of the line-by-line budget details and performance information that would focus on inputs and outputs. Prior to developing the presentations for all of the branches in 2026, we wanted to test this process in 2025 with 3 pilot branch presentations. You saw CPSS, you saw Fire Rescue Services, and today you're gonna see Development Services. And all of this allows us to gather feedback and validate whether the level of information that we provide meets your needs and expectations. So again, we're not intending that this presentation be a debate about the Development Services budget, but to help us determine if the level of information that you see here today is sufficient information to help you inform your decisions and recommendations within the next budget cycle. So with me today to present is Travis Pollock, the Branch Manager of Development Services, Bonnie Bricks, the Finance Director that supports Development Services. Also here for questions are Nancy Chow, the Acting Director of Budget Planning and Development, and Mike Clue, the Director of Department Service Strategy. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Pollock to walk you through the presentation.
Thanks. I'm excited to be here today. I'm usually flanked by other types of people, planners and engineers. Today we get finance people, so happy to present the Development Services budget. Next slide, please. So Development Services provides the core services to facilitate land development in the city of Edmonton from dirt to door. That includes, as you see in this chart here, from area structure planning, zoning, servicing agreements, development permits, building permits, licensing, and as you go through to that finished development. We facilitate the creation of places and spaces for Edmontonians, including new homes, neighborhoods, and businesses. And our customers include development industry, homeowners, and business owners. That is the formal description of our services. Usually when I'm at a dinner table, I say that we encompass everything from planning 60,000 person neighborhoods down to your hot tub permit and everything in between. So there's a number of service lines within the branch itself. Next slide, please. We are guided by a number of legislative frameworks, including the MGA, which states that the city has to have a municipal development plan or city plan, as well as a zoning bylaw. It outlines that we have to have a development authority as well as a subdivision development authority. And through that, we also need to be in compliant with the Alberta Safety Codes Act and ensure that all buildings meet the Alberta Building Code. So our power and our regulatory framework is derived from the province as well as municipal bylaws and regulations. And that extends down to the zoning bylaw and our structured plans, which guide the development and subdivision of land and down to the building code and inspection services. Next slide, please. Just a quick highlight in terms of the quantity of services that are delivered by Development Services. Our work starts where you see it most at public hearing. Last year there was 214 bylaws that were brought forth to public hearing for debate. This year we're well over that. I think we're about in the 300 range. You may have felt it on your budget deliberation hours and days that is spent here with us. Moving forward, there's been about 5,000 new lots created through the subdivision process in 2024. And between the development permits and building permits, there was an increase in 50% year over year from 2023, which resulted in a record year. And finally, on the building inspection services, we do about 700 inspections a day, which results in about 180,000 inspections a year, keeping Edmontonians safe throughout the city. Next slide, please. So this slide outlines the different sections within the branch. There are 4 sections through planning coordination, who you see most often. There's a subdivision development coordination, which oversees the subdivision process, the servicing agreement process, the engineering drawing review process, and finally the inspection process, which brings in developer-funded assets into the city's inventory. On the development approvals and inspection side, though that section looks at the development permits as well as the business license and vehicle for hire areas and development compliance and inspection services as well. Safety codes and permits is pretty self-explanatory. Those are our building and safety code officers that look after building permits and inspections and compliance in that area. Overall, there's 450 people within the branch, and approximately 83% of that is unionized. That is a little bit lower than the average across the city, and that's largely made up because of our professionals, engineers that are outside the union that are non-supervising as well. Next slide, please. So this slide depicts the overall budget of Development Services. In total, it's $114 million. Most of that is made up of the user fees and permits and fines that are collected through the branch activities, approximately 75 million of that. Another big portion of that is transferred from reserves, so that's transferring money from the planning development business model as well as the revolving industrial fund. From the revolving industrial fund, that is representative of about 17.9 million, so a big chunk of that budget that is funding the infrastructure that looks to support industrial development. Just to highlight here, the tax levy supported operations of the branch equals about 7.4 million of the overall total, which represents 6.5% of our budget. Next slide, please. Diving into a little bit more of that tax levy funding supported part of the budget, what we see is that a large portion of that is through the planning coordination section, about $2 million, and that is the zoning bylaw maintenance and implementation piece. Within the development approvals inspection side, that is our business license folks, as well as some of our compliance folks that aren't directly dealing with development compliance or the building compliance piece of that. On our subdivision side, we see our naming committee is supported through tax levy, and then our safety code side is also safety codes and inspection compliance that isn't directly dealt with development at that time. Next slide, please. Development Service Branch has a small capital budget for technology that has been a key enabler to service improvement over the past 2 budget cycles. The capital profile is what funds customer service portal enhancements, automation, and innovation such as the use of artificial intelligence. The funding source is the planning and development user fees, with the exception of about $100,000 in 2025, which was funded through the Housing Accelerator Fund. The sharp decline in spending in 2020 and 2021 was a result of cost reductions in response to the COVID pandemic, at which time the general outlook was that the economy and thus user fees were expected to decline. The current projected spend in 2025 is $1.7 million, and the remainder being carried forward in 2026. Next slide, please. In the 2023 to 2026 carbon budget assessed, the carbon budget assessed the impact of the zoning bylaw renewal on emissions. This was a key initiative that supported greater climate resilience and energy transition in the city by enabling compact, walkable mixed-use development that supports equitable access to housing, employment, education, and amenities. The carbon impact of the zoning bylaw renewal service package funded in that budget cycle was assessed as high for both direct and enabling emissions reduction impacts. Through the implementation of the Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan, a number of zoning bylaw amendments are being developed to support climate resilience, including the wildfire resilience overlay, updating the flood protection overlay, new landscaping regulations to support climate resilience, and solar and EV readiness regulations. Next slide, please. Through the last 2 budget cycles, we have gone through a number of audits. All of the recommendations have been actioned and are closed with the exception of the safety codes audit, which was recently at audit committee last week. These audits have made sure our operations are efficient and efficient operations are achieved, and proper reporting and processes are in place for the collection of use of funds within the branch. Diving down, next slide please, diving down a little bit into the planning development business model. Our operations are largely funded by user fees and is governed by policy C610. Next slide please. Fees from our planning and development services are fully funded through the operations as well as investment in service improvement. The planning and development reserve is used to stabilize service delivery, considering the revenue variability associated with these services. When the economy slows down, construction activity slows down, and our permit revenue drops off. This model allows us to provide stable, predictable services through these ups and downs. It is also supports reinvestment in improvements that yield efficiencies and better customer service. Policy C610 requires that we maintain a minimum balance in the reserve equal to 30% of budgeted annual operating expenses and a target of 75% of budgeted annual operating expenses. Next slide, please. The scope of which revenues can be used to fund expenses are defined in the policy. Expenses directly related to processing land development applications, servicing agreements, development permits, building permits, and associated inspections are included. Corporate shared services costs that support these services are included, and investments and improvements to these services are also included. Beginning this year, we also begun funding enforcement and compliance activities directly related to the development activity, which was previously funded by the tax levy. Next slide, please. Not every application is a full cost recovery, which is okay as long as other applications generate enough of a margin to cover it. The majority of our revenue comes from the building permits and their associated inspections. This revenue is used to partially cover the cost of upstream activities such as land development applications. We recently completed a cost of service study to analyze revenue and expenditures and to confirm that our services are financially sustainable. As we know, in 2024, we brought in more revenue than we spent to deliver and improve these services. This was primarily due to the rapid growth of construction boom that drove historically high permit volume. This has increased our overall cost recovery of that year to 123%. Our goal is to be within that 100% range and obviously not fall below. Next slide, please. This slide shows the historical reserve balance as well as the projected reserve balance based on 3 forecasted revenue scenarios. A moderation in building activity and demand is projected for the latter half of 2025 and into 2026. Increased housing supply is expected to balance the market, leading to a more stable, less demand-driven environment in 2026. In addition, changes to the federal immigration policy are contributing to a deceleration in population growth, which is projected to ease pressures on housing demand. We continue to monitor our position and reserve trajectory, and all things being equal, this is how our scenarios would trend over the next 2 years. We anticipate drawing on the reserve in 2026 and returning to below the 75% target threshold by the end of 2027. In a low forecast scenario, expenditures would be adjusted quickly to mitigate the accelerated downward trend. It is also important to note that there is a period between 2012 and 2017 at which time the reserve was not allowed to grow as intended during a period of high construction activity. During that time, expenses were added to the business model over time, treating it as a non-tax levy funding source. When the economy inevitably slowed down, expenses exceeded revenue and the reserve capacity to cover them was compromised, putting the balance below the minimum threshold. Next slide, please. Moving into more detail of the operations of our branch, this slide shows 4 programs within the development services area. As mentioned before, the planning coordination section, subdivision and development coordination, development approvals, and safety code inspections. The information you will see in the next few slides are one level lower than what is presented in the budget materials. The 2023 to 2026 budget material did not present financial information below the branch level, and this will be in that section level. Next slide. To provide some context before we get into the detailed budgets of each section, this table provides the performance measures in our branch action plan. We are working to improve our service level attainment for land development applications, including more public hearing agendas and time available to provide decisions within the targeted timelines. Overall, our permit and service level targets are being met and our customer satisfaction scores remain high. Next slide, please. In addition to branch and corporate targets, we do monitor our services at a much more granular level and report them on edmonton.ca on a quarterly basis. A number of things can impact our ability to achieve service levels, but the primary drivers are volumes, which can fluctuate during the seasonality or changes in the economy, quality of applications submitted, or our ability to shift resources and change our processes to adapt. We report on 29 different service levels for different application types, with 3 shown here as examples of how we measure and manage our services. While a low percentage of total applications, small-scale residential infill development permits have been an increasing important area of an opportunity for us to focus. The complexity of infill applications for both the applicant and the reviewers result in longer timelines than in greenfield areas. This is largely driven by back and forth communication with applicants and the need for more circulations to various groups. Recently, with volumes increasing significantly, service level attainment has dropped and more resources are now being allocated to these application types. Further changes in regulation impact these service timelines, as demonstrated recently in the July changes to the RS zone. Over 150 different applications had to be revised, adding to the overall timelines. In the middle example, commercial-based business licenses are a more positive picture, with service levels being achieved consistently despite growing application volumes. The business license process has been improved in recent years and opportunities to further automate workflows have been identified. Lastly, home improvement permits represent high volume applications and are generally for things like decks, sheds, and simple home renovation projects. You can see from the volume that these are highly seasonal, with our teams generally dealing with backlogs that build up during summer months. However, we are able to meet our service level targets by leveraging overtime and also automating simple low-risk permits like decks and garages to deal with a period of peak demand. Next slide, please. In addition to timelines, we also measure customer satisfaction for permits, inspections, and business license. We call this our CSAT score, and it's based on direct feedback from customers after they have received their permits, license, and inspection. This score differs from our annual corporate service satisfaction survey, which measures Edmontonians' perception of quality of service and satisfaction with city services. These measures direct users of our service. Overall, our customers are satisfied with the services being provided. Timelines are a major driver of satisfaction, but customers also report being able to find the information they are looking for when applying, and that they find city staff to be available and helpful. Not surprisingly, when customers report being dissatisfied, it is generally because things took longer than they expected. They could not find answers to their questions on the website or through our portal, and they had trouble finding city staff that could help them with their satisfaction. Of note in this graph is the decline in customer satisfaction through 2024 on development permits. This is largely a story of record application volumes as described earlier, and that parallel adoption of the new zoning bylaw. The teams have made a major push to clear the backlogs at the end of 2024 and to put additional resources in place to manage the high volumes, and we're seeing resulting improvement in customer satisfaction throughout 2025. Customers also have the opportunity to tell us why they were satisfied or dissatisfied, and many making the opportunity to do so. This is an important source of positive feedback we are able to share with our staff to support customer-oriented culture, as well as identify areas of friction or customer frustration that require further analysis and improvement. So in total, not only do we monitor service level attainment in our applications, but as well as that customer service satisfaction to provide a complete picture and allow us to modify our resources as we move forward in various areas of peak demand and changing seasonality. Next slide, please. A deeper overview into that planning coordination section. What we see here as well within planning coordination is the overall branch and branch operations budget. So it's a little bit convoluted in terms of what is included in this picture. What we have in terms of what you see regularly at City Council public hearing, that service provided for land development applications within planning coordination results in about an $8 million charge to the planning development business model, and includes about 70 FTEs, including the zoning bylaw implementation. Within this budget, the revenues are also accounted for throughout our service levels, and that's where you see transfers to reserves representing 25%, as well as some of those intermunicipal charges, which includes our shared service costs to the corporation. Next slide, please. Within the subdivision development coordination branch, things are a little bit clearer. There is about 100 FTEs in that branch overseeing the subdivision approval, endorsements, engineering drawing review, and transportation and landscaping inspection. The large utilities and other charges include those reserve fund transfers to the industrial revolving service fund, as well as EPCOR recoveries for some of our staff in that area. Next slide, please. The development approvals and inspection section has about 125 FTEs. This includes the approvals of development permits, business license, vehicle for hire, as well as in our inspection services. Next slide, please. And finally, our safety codes and permits inspection section has about 150 FTEs, and this section deals with building permits and inspections. You see the pink slice of the graph here as external services. This is a little bit of a unique model to large cities in delivering our inspection services. We have third-party contractors that allow us to flex up in a time of need, as well as reduce their availability to provide a stable level of employment through our section. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, we have a number of service levels that we look to attain. We also benchmark and trend these to other municipalities. And if we go to the next slide, a big part of that benchmarking that we use is the Canadian Home Builders Association benchmarking study. And it's also a point of pride considering we have been named the top municipality in Canada for residential approvals, which is a major factor in enabling healthy housing supply. This slide provides a deeper look into those results, While we are number one overall, the study ranked the 23 participating municipalities according to municipal fees and charges, approval times, planning features, which are indexed based on best practice policies and processes in place. Overall, the study confirms that Edmonton is taking a balanced approach to service delivery and remaining competitive with other major Canadian jurisdictions. It also highlights jurisdictions we can look to for inspiration and share our best practices. Next slide, please.
The next few slides show the budget trend comparing development services to all tax-supported areas.
Can you move close to the mic if you
Oh,
don't mind?
sorry. The next few slides show the budget trend comparing development services to all tax-supported areas over the last 2 budget cycles. For these graphs, the red line represents all tax-supported areas, and the blue line represents the development services branch. 2018 is set as the base year, and all changes are cumulative from that year. This first graph is comparing net expenditures, which is gross expenditures less recoveries. The branch's expenditure budget has been normalized for reserve transfers, which fluctuate from year to year. The cumulative change mirrors the trend of the tax-supported areas. Some items to note. In 2020, the branch's expenditure budget decreased as the budget for the Integrated Service Centre was transferred to communications and engagement. The expenditure budget also decreased on a one-time basis due to cost reduction measures implemented in response to the impact of COVID-19 on the business. Since 2020, the expenditure budget has consistently increased in line with application increases. This is related to additional personnel required to maintain service levels. Next slide, please. This next graph includes the net of revenues and expenditures, which results in the net requirement. The net requirement is the tax levy amount required to support operations after accounting for all other revenue sources. For context, this is the $7.4 million tax levy budget for 2025, as shown on page 6 of attachment 1. The decreases in expenditures in 2020, mentioned on the previous slide, resulted in a reduced net requirement. The increases from 2021 to 2023 were required to fund activities that were previously funded by the Planning and Development business model before City Policy C610 was formalized. Therefore, additional tax levy funding was added to the branch. As well, in 2023, the business licensing revenues were transferred to corporate programs, while the expenditures remained in the branch. The increase in 2024 is mainly due to the Priority Growth Areas project of $1.2 million, approved as part of the City Plan Implementation Service Package. As this project was funded on a one-time basis for 2024, the tax levy requirement is then reduced by $1.2 million in 2025. As well, the funding for the enforcement and compliance teams were shifted to being funded by the PDBM beginning in 2025, which reduced the net tax levy requirement by a further $1.2 million. Next slide, please. This chart focuses solely on the cumulative FTE growth over the last 2 budget cycles. The branch's FTEs have increased year over year as personnel resources are required to maintain and deliver on expected service levels. The majority of these positions are funded by the PDBM as they deliver on planning and development activities that earn revenues for the branch. Since the graph is showing cumulative changes each year from 2018 as the base year, it is important to note that the increase in 2020 that creates that spread between the 2 lines includes a department reorganization leading to the transfer of 154.1 FTEs to the Development Services branch. This was partially offset by the 34.4 FTEs for the transfer of the Service Centre and 39.6 FTEs in response to the impact of COVID-19 on a one-time basis. However, if we were to normalize the 2 adjustments related to the reorganization, the trend line would follow the same pattern, but would be below the red line of the tax-supported areas. For example, the cumulative change that peaks in 2025 of 43.1% would then be 5.2%, which is a result of 25 new FTEs funded by the PDBM to address increased volumes and service level demands, including several new safety codes officers. Next slide, please, and I'll now pass it back to Travis to speak more on the FTEs in relation to the application volumes.
So it's helpful to compare total FTEs in the branch to overall application volumes. As discussed throughout the presentation, one of the main drivers of service level attainment is providing appropriate capacity to meet demand. Having the appropriate resources in place ensures that the branch is able to address increased volumes related to Edmonton's rapid population growth while continuing to invest in improving services and processes for the long-term benefit. Application volumes have trended upwards since 2020, with 2025 expected to end at about the same level of volume as 2024. Increases in FTEs shown here are a response to increases in volumes and the desire to maintain acceptable service levels. When volumes decrease for several periods in a row, which we have experienced before and expect to experience again, the branch will exercise hiring restraint, reduced overtime spending, and reduced external spending as levers to reduce expenses. Next slide, please. If we go one more forward as well. Thanks. Development Services has built a strong culture of continuous improvement and takes new ideas through to implementation as a matter of regular business operations. These ideas come from staff, customers, and leadership and yield savings for both the city and our customers. We often quote how many days and dollars we save our customers, but service improvements often yield time savings for staff as well that can be reinvested in improving other services and managing higher volumes. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but it provides examples of some of the more impactful improvements we have made recently. Recent changes to the business license bylaw allow businesses in Edmonton to open on average of 12 days earlier without the city increasing staff time or expenditures, simply by changing the order in which processes and steps were completed. Investments in automation and artificial intelligence save an estimated $200,000 in staff time each year by reducing time spent on simple, low-risk activities and allowing staff to focus their time and skills on more complex tasks. These initiatives are not short-term cost-cutting initiatives aimed at reducing headcount, but allow us to avoid cost increases over time and reduce frustration for our customers and our staff. Next slide, please. In addition to saving time and creating efficiencies, the net tax levy requirement has been reduced by $1.2 million, as Bonnie mentioned earlier, on an ongoing basis starting this year by shifting compliance and enforcement activities to the planning development business model. Adding these resources to the PDDM allows us to pursue greater and different staffing models and flex and shift resources to respond to the needs of the community in a timely manner. How we provide services has continued to evolve and improve. We are continuing to work directly with both staff and customers to better deliver our services and will be focusing on small business customers in 2026. We have listened to feedback and understand that these customers expect a more simple process more simple process that is user-friendly and easy to navigate. Many of our users have never applied for permits before and require more support than our repeat customers who are more familiar with our permitting process and timelines. Our service delivery must recognize and reflect these unique user needs. We are referring to this new body of work as taking care of businesses. We appreciate your ongoing support for this work and look forward to rolling out more improvements in 2026. And I'll pass it back to Stacy to finish us off.
So our goal here today is to get feedback. We're happy to answer any of the questions that you have about the branch, but get feedback on the level of information provided. Is there any information that you want to see more of? Anything we missed? Is there any information here that you think is unnecessary? And is this the type of information that will be helpful for you to be able to make budget decisions? So with that, I would just thank you for hearing the presentation, and we look forward to any feedback you might have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll go to questions now. Councillor Tang, you exempted this.
Great. Thank you very much for a very thorough presentation. I think this is probably the first time I've seen the full picture of all that you do. I think with similar to all other pilot budget presentation, I've struggled with asking the question, not going to the weeds, but kind of answering some of the questions that you asked. And I think at this point, I don't know. But one thing I did want to maybe point out, or just maybe ask about some of the metrics and stuff that you have included in attachment 1, and you share trends. Like on page 4, how come the 2026 target is so low? By that I mean, for permit and license, if the trend is continuous going up, why do we keep it at a lower bar? And then for the land development services, if it's going down, why? And then based on these trends, what are some of the decisions around adjusting those metrics?
So those metrics are derived from our branch business plan. The land development application process, as mentioned, we're striving to hit those timelines. Those are highly variable based off of public hearing activities and dates that are provided, as well as agenda management within it. So that, I would say, is not necessarily a resourcing issue. It's more of a scheduling issue. In terms of development permits, as you can imagine, the development permits, there's a wide scope and scale of development permits within that bucket. It goes from residential, simple residential and greenfield side, from single detached housing, row housing, larger buildings. We have commercial and industrial in there as well, so that's a rolled up metric. And within those teams, we move staff back and forth as needed to hit our more fine-grained service timeline targets, which are outlined on edmonton.ca.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question though, because so on that, for example, you're consistently high, but your target for 2026 for next year is still relatively low. So I guess I asked about performance because that typically tells me a little bit about return on investment, for example. Are we getting good results? If we are getting good results, are we adjusting our targets so that we can strive for better?
So our targets were set about 3 or 4 years ago. Right now, we're committed to hitting those targets across the service lines. Once we come close or near to hitting that, then we'll look at adjusting services. So what we're doing when we hit those targets, whether it's through improvements or adding staff, and we hit those, then we look at managing our staffing levels and perhaps moving some of that staff over to service areas that we're not hitting our targets in. Mm-hmm. So instead of changing the service targets, which will create a different target every year and a different resourcing or need, we look at maintaining that overall service target in the branch. And then as we achieve those on a holistic basis, then we'll relook at whether or not we need to change some of those service targets. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is a good presentation too, given your area also generates income essentially from the service. I think that maybe that's the question that I'm trying to reframe for myself always is, I think the goal of these is to show this is what we're spending, this is the nature of our service, this is what we're getting at the end. I mean, I think the information is there, but I think like similar to other pilots, like still grappling with kind of the information and what is missing because it's all fairly comprehensive to me. So maybe I'll just leave it there and see what other colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've been really enjoying these. I thought this was a great presentation. I think this is a complicated one in terms of the funding model, but I think that was broken out really clearly and helped explain the difference between tax levy and then the general business model. So that's a really good way, I think, to show Edmontonians how we look for other mechanisms other than just property taxes to fund services. Just a couple pieces. So I think we've sort of just thinking of the last one with fire rescue services, we just had a bit more breakdown of where the FTEs are allocated. So planning coordination operations, we see there's 80.6. We have that broken down for the 4 areas. But again, not having some of that further breakdown for the examples of the type of service. And the reason I think that's really important is that, again, I'm looking at infill compliance and enforcement. Like, I don't actually know how many folks we have on the ground, and that's a question that I think is important for us to be able to answer. I think it speaks to where we're prioritizing what our values are. So that's why I have interest in having that further breakdown for those sub-services as a thought. Fair enough. Then I asked this more for discussion because I don't know what the answer would be, but Mr. Pollock, you spoke about the small scale residential infill permits being below that service level, And I think you sort of referenced a plan to reallocate resources to improve that. And so that's an interesting example where I'm assuming that's within the business model, but like the question I have is like, well, where are those resources coming from? Where are they being shifted? Are we increasing increasing permit fees? So I don't know if there's a space for that sort of discourse. I suppose you don't want to have sort of budget asks in these presentations, but just a thought of how we include that in these presentations.
No, it's a fair point. Overall, the services that we provide are meant to be self-funded. And so we operate as that first principle in terms of allocating resources. So in times of surplus, which generally means increased activity, we also need more resources to do and provide the service levels that we want to hit. In that instance, we created a new team. We had additional FTEs that came online, and that was funded through the PDDM.
Great, and I think that that's just, again, a more general conversation. I think there's a clear answer in this case. So we're going to we're going to draw from our business model. If, let's say, with Parks and Road Services, for example, we see that we're not achieving our grass cutting service levels, then I think that's a question of like, okay, well, how are we going to get those up? What are those costs? And so I think this is where these reports can start to lead into or maybe foreshadow actual service packages that are coming forward. But that's it. And I know we're not supposed to talk about the content, but really exciting about the focus on small businesses and their permitting moving forward. That's great to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a question on the cost recovery analysis. So if I'm reading this right, planning, coordination, operations, is that 35% cost recovery and only 35? The rest is subsidized by property taxes?
No, it's subsidized by other activities within the planning development business model.
Oh, I see. So for example, safety code permits and inspections, their cost recovery is 231%. So that section is not subsidizing, but it's kind of supplementing some of the under recoveries in the planning coordination.
Correct, and this model was built with industry involvement in terms of the expected times of their expenditures, their need for quicker services, obviously on the back end, which is reflected in the timelines and then the cost of delivering that service. So
I see. So,
it's meant to be self-sustaining overall, not per service level.
So if one developer may pay less for planning coordination, but they pay more for safety, right? But at the end of the day, it kind of balances out?
Correct.
Got it. I also noted that the cost recovery for vehicle for hire is 199%, right? It's in the footnote.
Correct.
So are they subsidizing other areas?
So any revenue that's generated over the expenditures of the cost to run the unit is put in the vehicle for hire reserve. And right now that entire model is under a program review in terms of how we deliver that service, what we want to do in terms of accessibility, of mobility across the city, as well as the fare model in terms of how so traditional cabs and Uber and Lyft are being.
Okay, so it's not that area's over recovery is not subsidizing other areas, staying within the vehicle for hire. And when is that review concludes?
That will be in 2026.
2026, okay, I see. Okay. And would that also mean that if there excess revenue potential for a reduction in fees for, or is that the conversation going on as part of
that conversation will come to committee with recommendations from the program and fare review that we are completing with engagement.
Okay. So this is the third one in front of us, right? So what are some of the lessons so far from the past two into this? What you have heard from council members, and how, like, can you give a sense? What are your overall 3 presentations? What are you hearing?
Like, what is the theme I'm hearing
Yeah.
council?
Yeah.
I think what we'll take away from this is mindful of information at the appropriate level. You'd like more information on FTEs, sometimes maybe more information than we've provided, but we'll want to focus that on tie the FTE to the service that's being delivered. I think that's what you're looking for. That the understanding the metrics and the targets are important. I think this has been helpful to, and this, I guess this would be feedback that we're also looking for from you. I think these are helpful for you to understand the service that's being provided and how it's being funded and what's driving it, and what's important, so that you can understand what you might see in the upcoming budget.
Got it.
I'm not entirely, I think we might be, my observation is we might be providing sometimes too much detail, so I think it's about us taking away and trying to balance what is the amount of detail that you need for the decision making. What have we heard from you where you need a little bit more detail, and where can we summarize?
Yeah. And how does this tie into the previous presentation that we had on the performances, right? The values and principles that you follow, and this information, like how do they work together?
So I think they are indirectly, I would say it's a nesting. Like that previous presentation at its highest level is how we want to operate within the financial framework and with the financial lens. What these presentations do is help us tie that to the budget, to the experience that the things, the budget and the resource allocation we have, to the economic circumstances and the cost drivers that we're facing, with the outcomes that we're trying to achieve to make sure we're getting where we need to be.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is interesting. With the development services branch, the funding model is unique. It's different from other branches, correct? That was mentioned already. Because is it more like the funding model for the city as an organization? We determine how much we need to operate, and then that's how the tax levy is determined.
I think what's different about this model is the who pays for what and how. And so a portion of this business model is really saying that industry should pay and fund the services that are required in certain aspects of this area. I think the budgetary process still follows our normal budgetary processes. What do you have to deliver? What are you trying to achieve? What resources do you need to deliver that? And then the funding model is, but then who should pay for that? Should it be a taxpayer? Should it be a user fee?
Right. So, you know what, I'm going to use my office as an example. So I get a budget every year to run, Test to Win a Walk office. And I've always had a surplus every year. Where does that surplus go?
So in the case of tax levy surpluses at the end of the year go to the FSR. Tax levy deficits come out of the FSR.
Right.
For planning and development business model, surpluses in a year go to the development services reserve.
Okay. So in any of these presentations, have we ever seen that where there's a surplus and we see a certain amount going to FSR? That's what I was hoping to maybe be seeing in these presentations. And I was just using my personal, my professional office as an example.
So you're hoping to see what has been the budgetary performance of the business area over time.
Right, and not necessarily this branch again, because it's a unique funding model. But just wondering if we're seeing any if there's any budget left over at the end of the year, do we see that? Are we going to see that in any of these presentations? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I would say, so we focused on budget here, but where you do see that is next week's presentation on financial results. So quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, we come to you and we show you, this was the budget for a business area or branch, and this is what the actual results have been, and this is the surplus or deficit by area.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So overall, I think this is really great. One thing I'm looking at is the chart, the graph on what was it called? Let me just find the page. Sorry about this. Well, just about the development services. If we go to those charts, one of the things that might be a question for new councillors is when they see that variance between the average city spending and then the increase due to the increased demand and that extra cost. You said it verbally, but I don't think that it would be on the chart, and this might be helpful not just for new councillors but also for media to understand that this was not a cost to the city, that this was self-funded, and that actually the impact on the city, even though that looks like a cost, was actually a net positive. And maybe including just a little paragraph about an explanation of each of those charts might be really helpful and preserve precious minutes during the debate or the question period. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, we can take that. I take that feedback. We can look at how we present that in a way that articulates. Like, I think what we're trying to do is show you the trend and the increase in expenses and how they tie to an external factor, but we didn't necessarily close the loop on, but who pays for that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And,
we got to
and the overall
take the thread all the way
impact
through.
that is actually essentially a net benefit for the budget, because it means that we've got more permitting done, more development happening, more money coming to the budget. So it's actually a net gain to the budget ledger. Yeah.
Take your point.
Yeah, because I can very much see maybe a new councillor looking at that and saying, going back to the public and saying, oh, look at this, look how much money we're wasting. That's why I'm here to cut down on waste. Look at it, we're spending more than we did before. And who's going to contradict him based on the chart, right? So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Councillor Tang?
I'll first move that this report be received for information.
Okay.
And then maybe just a couple final questions. You talked about introducing more automation. Do you have a sense of like how much automation are we doing? How much money are we saving? How are we able to direct staff to do other things?
So last year we introduced the automation of single detached and semi-detached housing in the Greenfield area. We've moved over that entire team essentially into more complex permits. That timeline has basically now instantaneous in terms of service level attainment. You get both a permit as well as a footing foundation permit at the same time.
Sorry, I'm happy with like the outcome for the user at the end. I'm more wondering from like hours saved, dollars saved and redirected, like that, those type of figures.
Yeah, so through the presentation, we talked a little bit about the use of artificial intelligence in our inspection side. Right now, what we're looking at is about $200,000 a year saved in terms of staff time, which is used to be redirected through more of those inspections, those 170,000 a year that we do.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry, so the 200,000 came from approving single detached, and that team went on to do inspections.
So a little bit different.
Okay.
The 200,000 is for the artificial intelligence, the Sky model that we use for building inspections.
Okay.
And that was the shift in resources there. So
Okay.
that's a technology, obviously, that we're we're moving and advancing, and the return is greater on the fact that we're moving towards a risk-based inspection model, and that helps with that.
Okay, I think maybe sort of what I was looking for more was just like on, that's like one very particular thing, but overall, you know, investing in automation typically frees up this many staff hours to work on more complicated case, which then generates this many new applications for land or building or whatever permitting, which in turn translates into future tax base. That's kind of what I was anticipating. That's, yeah.
No, understood. And to be clear, like we don't generate the applications. We're takers of applications. So what we do with those resources, the automating of single detached permits, that moved 5 or 6 resources over into doing more complex residential applications. So we took that staff complement, instead of increasing additional FTEs to cover off the other volume increases that we saw, automation allowed us to move 5 staff members or so over to more complex.
Cool. I don't know if I saw this number, but how many hours would you say it took to prepare this report and presentation? How many FTE?
So similar to, it's been similar across all
Okay.
3 of them. I think it's taken, I believe the number's 400. You wanna do
This one was slightly less just because of the availability of information
Gotcha.
that we already had, but on average around 400.
How many more do we have? No,
Well-
sorry, not pilot, but like,
Yeah, we think there's at least 26 of them now. What we're trying to look at is, do we bring them as branches, or do we start to bring them more at the department? Which is why calibrating the amount of information and what's important to you is important to
Totally.
us, so that we can look at a different way to package this, where we could come as a department with key elements.
yeah, I keep trying to envision how this is gonna play out next year leading up to the budget, and I worry about feasibility and the amount of time on top of preparing for budget, right? Like there's a lot of that goes into that. So, yeah, I hope. I mean, I'm learning a lot, and I think this will go well with the new council for orientation and whatnot. Anything your team found that was surprising, like because this is pretty comprehensive, and typically when you come to budget, maybe like there's a very specific thing we focus on, service package and whatnot. Anything you found during this process, you were like, actually, this was really worthwhile. Found this out that we didn't really know or didn't realize would be important. I'm also running out of time.
Yeah, I don't know that there was anything that we're like, oh, we found this and we didn't know. I think one of the things that I would say is, though, the comprehensive nature and getting that understanding out before we set the 4-year budget. I think that we, hindsight being 2020,
Yeah.
we didn't have as much of that last time, and we think that will be beneficial this time.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I forgot to mention this, and this is minor, but if you look at slide 6, the funding model summary, and on the top right-hand side, it says 225 total expenditure budget 000S. But then in the pie graph, it says 114,390K. I found that kind of confusing, because when I see that 114,390, I want to say that 114,390,000, not million. I found that kind of confusing. Just, I think technically it shouldn't have that K there.
You would like it to see it in millions instead? Like
Well-
so 114 million is 114,390,000, which is why the K is there.
You don't need,
But you would like us to put that in, what I think I'm hearing is you'd like us to put that in $114.3 million.
no, like technically I don't think, and I don't know for sure, but I don't think that K needs to be in there, because you have on the top
Oh,
right.
because we have it
Yes,
up on the thing.
yes.
I take it, yeah, I
Yeah,
take your point on
and
that.
if you just would have that on all the sides, the total expenditure 000S, I think that would be probably less confusing. Thanks.
Yeah, fair point.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I don't see any other questions. We have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Tang to close.
I just want to thank you for all the work you have done. I know this is monumental work. I can't wait for the rest of the 26 presentations. I also think it's pretty eye-opening too for all of us to kind of really see how much work that does go into each area. Yeah, I look forward to how this really fold up into the overall budget process. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we are on to our next item, which is, that'll be the first item at 1:30 if selected. Next one will be to 720, bylaw 21090, closure of vehicular access to tilted parcels, titled parcels on 103rd A Avenue.
Good morning. I'm Pascal Boussard. I'm the branch manager for infrastructure planning and design. I'm here with Natalie Lazurko, our transportation planning and design director, and Janice Fong from our team. So they are both online to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. This was exempt from Councillor Principe. Please go ahead.
Apologies that eScribe is not, oh, now it's going to allow me to sign up. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple of questions, quick questions. In the report, it says concurrence from the property owner has been provided, which means that the property owner is okay with this,
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay, and because there's access from 103 Avenue, right?
exactly.
That's right.
Okay, great, thanks. And then for the attachment one there on the bottom, the map, and I see that it has the address on it, 120 103 Avenue, but I don't see any streets on there. So I had to actually look at it on a Google map myself to actually see it more clearly.
The attachment does have the streets on it.
Oh,
It's a picture of Google Map that's faded a little bit, and so you should be able to see the streetscape on 103A Avenue. The street of 103A Avenue is kind of indicated at the top.
sorry, right, the avenues, but not the streets.
Apologies,
yes,
the street, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's duly noted. Yep.
Yeah, just wanted to, and I just wanted to make sure that this is not about taking away a lane of traffic, correct? It's just about access.
The specific lane bylaw is specifically to closing that access.
Okay,
That is
great.
correct.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, thank you. Just because we're here, I think if we look at that property a bit further east on 103rd A Avenue from the proposed closure, there is another dumpster that is always there. It looks like there's not an actual easement or road access at that point. Is that true?
Natalie, can you confirm?
Yeah, so at this point, I don't believe that is a formal access. I have Janice online who might be able to speak a little bit more to that particular location and some of the changes that are coming with the new curb lines that we'll be installing as part of the streetscape.
Hi, thanks, Natalie. I can confirm that there is an existing curb drop there for waste pickup, and it will be maintained in the new design as well.
Okay. Well, I'm curious why we are maintaining that curb drop then. Have we,
Yeah, Janice, I think you can speak to the challenges of this particular building and its situation with, there's no actual other access that's possible, right?
That's correct. In discussions with the property owner and discussing their operations, it's basically the only place that can be used for waste management, and we've maintained that in the new design.
and
One other thing to speak to on that one is that there could very well be future redevelopment of this site and changes that may occur, at which point then further changes to access would be done as part of any future development changes. So right now, we have to accommodate for that in the interim. Changes may occur in the future, though.
okay, because I'm reflecting on the tendency or the trend for most buildings to provide their waste management within the parkade. And so they do have a parkade here. Was there some thorough analysis in terms of, again, why it wasn't possible to accommodate the dumpster within the parkade?
I really don't have the details. I can bring them back, but in our discussions with Main Street Equities, who is the property owner, they were pretty adamant about how their waste management operations operated on site.
Okay.
If I can offer, Councillor, we are still working through the details. This project is looking to be implemented once the pedway construction is completed or advanced. And so 2027 is probably the timeline.
Okay.
And so we could always take that away and just confirm with Main Street Properties if there's anything else that could be done.
Okay, I really appreciate that, because my understanding as well is that the dumpster along 103rd Avenue isn't a residential waste. It's more of a construction waste. Again, it's a much larger bin. It's not sort of the ones that could be picked up by our waste management teams. So yeah, thank you very much for taking that away, and hopefully we can find resolution there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, you wanna?
Sure, yeah, I will move that Executive Committee recommend to City Council that bylaw 21090 be given the appropriate readings.
Okay, all right, we have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Principe to close?
Nothing further.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Are the delegation here on 719?
I've been trying to get confirmation from them, looking to
This is the
perhaps?
sole source contract for emergency response computer aided dispatch.
I don't know if the city manager can help let us know if they're available.
Taken by surprise.
Apologies if you can repeat the question.
Oh, are the folks here for item 719, so we can deal it now instead of waiting till 1:30?
No, they're not.
They're not, okay, okay. No worries. We'll be back at 1:30 then. Okay. Until then, we are on recess.
Now to item 19. And if the delegation is ready, we're ready to hear what you have to say.
So we don't have a presentation prepared. We're just happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, fantastic. I'm not quite sure who selected this one. It was Councillor Tang?
I can go first. Thank you. Thank you very much for the report, and appreciate that this is a sole source. I think my question is because I recall we had previous sole sources where the length of time was a bit of a surprise to me. 20 years feels quite long. Wonder if you can explain that a bit, because this is a technology. I'm like, what happens? Something comes up in that 20 years. What kind of flexibility? Maybe we'll start there.
Certainly, thanks for the question. Councillor, the 20 years is the maximum theoretical time we could go to. So we're still going to be bound by the individual agreements we would strike with this vendor. In seeking 20 years, we've seen more than a 20-year, I think almost 30-year commitment with this vendor. This is the primary vendor and solution used by AHS, a number of other municipalities across Canada. That said, this is not our guarantee that we will still be using this vendor in 20 years. What this does is remove sort of the procedural burden of us having to come back to you and say 5 years to go. If it's still a good relationship, if there's still value for money, do we continue? So, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So this is just kind of the 20 years just says the maximum. It gives you the flexibility, but there's always things may come up in the middle, and we don't.
Yes, again, if for any of a myriad of possible reasons we felt the need to change vendors, we would not then be obligated to continue with this vendor for the next 20-year period.
Okay. And one of my questions was like, what do other municipalities do? But you're just saying like this is the only one on the market that offers this type of service?
It is the primary product used.
Okay.
I would say that in talking to a number of different organizations, primarily municipalities and emergency services organization, this is the most prevalent. This is a generalization for me, and I apologize for it. Some of perhaps the smaller municipalities, this is also a robust enterprise-capable solution. It does have a cost that reflects that. So there may be smaller municipalities that, this is me projecting, may look at us with envy to go, that is the system we would like to have. That is not the system we can necessarily afford.
Okay. Well, appreciate hearing about the flexibility built in, and this is sort of a standard that others are using. Happy to move this. What is it? To receive for information? No.
It's up on the screen for you.
Oh, sorry. I'll move that the sole source agreements between the City of Edmonton and Intergraph Canada ULC Hexagon for the purchase of proprietary computer-aided dispatch software maintenance and related services for a total not to exceed $55 million, excluding GST, over 20 years, ending December 31st, 2045, as outlined in the September 10th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03180, be approved, and the agreements be in form and content acceptable to the city manager.
All right, thank you. Just for the minutes, everyone is attending on the committee except for the mayor, who's away on city business. Are there any other questions? Not seeing anyone. Is there anyone to speak to this item? No? Okay. Please vote.
Just quickly to close, thank you for coming down here. I think typically when I see sole source of this amount, of this length, it just usually raises a little flag for me. So thank you for your answers.
All right, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. So I believe that takes us to the end of the items on the agenda.
That's correct.
And no responses to councillor inquiries or private reports, but we do have a couple of notices of motion, and we do not, as far as I know, have any motions pending. So, Councillor Carmel, I believe you may have.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I do have two. The first is as follows. that administration provide a report outlining the risks and potential benefits, along with the required policy exemptions for advancing a nominal sale of the lands legally described as Plan 2420043, Block 2, Lot 9, and Plan 8120859, Block 2, Lot 5, to Applied Pharmaceuticals Innovation, including a recommended term sheet with proposed conditions to facilitate the sale, with the due date of 2026 Q1.
Okay. It's in the record. Do you have another?
I do, yeah. Just furiously working my texting machine here. My second is that that I will move at the September 16th City Council meeting, that all current work cease immediately on bike lane projects where A, construction has not yet started, and B, a bike lane is intended to be constructed on an existing road, pending a complete review of all individual bike lane projects at the next Infrastructure Committee meeting in February 2026.
Okay, thank you. And just to check with the clerks, is that enough time and notice to make the motion on September 16th?
It is 5 days is required, so September 16th council is where I was inferring that these were coming back to.
So we count this day as one of the days?
We count tomorrow, but yes,
Tomorrow, okay.
it works.
Okay, take your word for it. Okay, sounds good. All right, well, we are adjourned.
Thank you.